the high looks like these 920s. And then as soon as we started to break down, I got into a short. I just jumped into a small position, 5 micros, not risking a whole lot, 500 bucks, 400 bucks. And I'm looking for maybe a retest of these 840s. We'll see. Like I said, this is not financial advice. It's not a signals class. We'll see how this goes. These markets are moving. We're seeing volatility. And I'm short biased going into tonight and maybe tomorrow with the conflicts and what everyone's talking about over the weekend, or at least what I've seen. And yeah, headline risk. Let's take a look. I'm going to just switch over to the NASDAQ. Keep an eye on my position if you would, please. Let's take a look. Well, then we'll get to gold. Don't worry. We'll take a look at gold. So let's take a look at the daily first. Here's the daily chart. You can see it's been in a very clear, clean uptrend. It's been straight up, to be honest, just up. Not a lot of pullbacks. We were bumping up against 22,000. It looks like we did break through 22,000 for a little bit, and we just sold off on Friday. So Friday was a bearish, a nice pullback, sell-off. And now the question I am looking for, and I am wondering, is are we going to get any continuation? Are we going to get any follow-through on this sell-off? I'm not sure. I would like to see it from an aspect of buyers. I'm a perma bull. I want to be buying this market, and I want to own different stocks. I want to be, long-term bullish, and I definitely want to build some bigger positions in my personal portfolio from the longer perspective. And I've been kind of waiting since we've got up into this area for quite a while, sitting on my hands, watching the market grind higher, where I'm not fully vested, and just waiting for some type of pullback. And we still have not got one. We were inching closer. It seemed like it was almost imminent that we would be hitting all-time highs, and just, yeah, waiting for a little pullback. Little, decent. I don't know what you want to consider little. We did get one earlier back in the middle of May. That was a decent pullback. That's kind of something I'd love to see. 3-4% is a decent one. And so I would like to see that. Maybe not right now, not today, not tonight, but maybe this is the start. I don't know. I've been fooled a couple times from my day trading. There was that once. There was a decent one. And then again, and I was looking for a little bit more of a continuation to the downside. I got fooled twice on the day trading aspect, and just kind of took it on the chin in this day trading account here at Top Step, taking losses on this way up, and it's been unfortunate, but that's okay. That's why I've transitioned to more of a scalp during the New York session. If you guys watched, last week was a great week. I tested in a combine, tested in the simulated environment, and then I went to live, and then I tested it in micros. I'm still testing it. It was great. If you guys seen, I finished Friday up $3,000, which was a breath of fresh air in these markets and in my trading. That was nice as well. And so I'm just looking for continuation. We were up 0.25%. You can see where we gapped down, and obviously today we're green. Let's take a look at the hourly chart and kind of do some technical analysis from there. You can see that bullish trend line that we've been holding for so long. However you want to draw it, you could draw it however you like. But we finally broke down. We broke through that. We had a pullback. We tested that trend that we've been in, and then we sold off. Now, I was kind of halfway expecting that we would be looking for some follow-through already tonight, but no, we instantly bounced and we started to get bought up down here at these 700s. Now, anything can happen. Like I said, it's just the start. It's Sunday night. There's a lot of time. Another thing I was watching is these lower highs, lower highs, lower high. And then the fact that we broke through this level, the fact that we broke through this 22,000, this 21,900 is very important in my eyes. We broke through it, this level right there. You can see it, 21,950s. It's a zone, 950s, maybe even you can argue 22,000. It's a big round number. And so we rallied up, made a lower high. And now I am kind of looking for us to retest these lows. Maybe if we do start to sell off, is there a possibility that we break through these 700s, and then we look to target these 21. Maybe we target basically June lows. Like, could we see these June lows? That was like what, May 30th through June 1st. That's from the bearish aspect, right? So this is the bearish aspect. Lower highs, lower lows on the immediate time frame, right? What we're seeing now as prices happening. And then from the bullish standpoint of just, hey, just buy the dip, right? This was a dip opportunity on Friday. If we do start to break through, let me clear this out, and let's take a look from the bullish standpoint, and then we'll go take a look at gold, right? From the bullish standpoint, hey, let's just go up and test this trend line again. Maybe we come up and test 22,000. Maybe we start to push higher in through these 950s overnight. Maybe we come up and we test this area again. I mean, we're almost there. We're testing like maybe these mid 900s. And then if we do start to break, this thing could start to run. Maybe we come back and test last week's highs. Maybe there's something where we have a breakout, maybe a retest, and then a continuation. That's very well possible. I like that setup. If we do break out, I'd be definitely looking for longs on the retest. Maybe there's even talk now tonight and something to keep in mind where we failed to break Friday's lows, and this is technically a higher low, right? This is technically a higher low that we held the 720s. So from the bullish aspect is like, yeah, buy the dip. This is just a dip. And if this market continues up, we're bullish, and keep it simple, keep it straightforward, and we're looking to continue this trend. This is just a simple dip along this trend, and we're continuing to buy these dips on the low end. So both aspects, I think that's why I'm happy with what I'm doing here in this day trading account, which is more see money, take money, kind of a scalping style during the New York session. I don't mind putting on a little risk on better setups, like 5 micros, $400, 5 micros, $500 on a decent setup. But then when it comes to the day trading on the New York session, or for most of what you see me doing here, it's going to be more of the scalp, right? You've seen me do it all last week. Get in, get out, and I'm not looking for too much. Anyway, let's take a look at gold. Gold, basically opposite of NASDAQ almost. You can see where we gapped up. Very bullish candle. We gapped up. We are holding this level. We're holding this, 3460s. Let me zoom out. Actually, let me zoom out, and we could take a look at it from a hourly perspective. Gold's pretty dang bullish. I mean, if that's not bullish, I don't know what is. Gold's continuing to make higher lows. We have all the geopolitical conflict, right? Very bullish from this aspect. Higher lows, higher lows. We did come up and we test this high here in May. Is this the all-time high? All-time high on April 22nd, 21st. All-time high. Can we see it? Can we see 2530s? I mean, 3530s. 3500 is not too far away. So, I mean, long gold's bullish. Buy the pullbacks. That's my view on gold. Buying these pullbacks seems pretty straightforward. Where do we manage risk? Where do we buy pullbacks? Is there any way that we could short this? I mean, look at this nice rounding bottom, right? Like rounding, and then if we start to zoom out, I don't know. Cup and handle? Is this a cup and handle? Head and shoulders. It's pretty dang bullish from my aspect. If we do get a pullback, I'd still be looking for longs here in gold. And then let's zoom in. Let's see what we're doing here on the immediate. We are starting to sell off a little bit. I haven't looked at the Nikkei for a little bit. I've been kind of focused on my trading, focused on the NASDAQ, focused on gold, scalping, and then maybe once things start to smooth out, I'll switch. And then let's take a look at news. Gold's starting to sell off a little bit. News this week. Not much tomorrow. We have OPEC. We know what's going on with crude oil, with the conflict. Crude oil was just shooting straight to the moon. I mean, someone's talking about crude to 100. Maybe we'll take a look at that. Some retail sales, Bank of Japan rate decision, the jobless claims, of course. FOMC statement. I don't know if that's going to be too crazy. Obviously the press conference with Powell is going to be, to me, in my own opinion, if they keep rates the same, which odds are I think they will. The statement is going to be the biggest. See what Powell is saying. It's going to be very crazy. And I will be in Chicago. So I don't know how hands-on I'm going to be with these markets. It's going to be very crazy. I know I'll be poking in on the maybe Top Step TV every once in a while in the YouTube chat talking about it. Follow along on the Twitterverse, right? The Twitterverse. Let's see. Let me see if I could post this. I don't know. And maybe I could post some sneak peeks. Like I said, I'm packing for Chicago tonight. Throughout today, I'm not 100% packed, but I'm getting there. Chicago's gonna be fun. But that's the beautiful thing about trading, right? You can trade from anywhere around the world as long as you have a nice, solid, secure internet connection. What's happening in Chicago, Dakota? There is a trader meetup in Chicago. Let me see if I could show that here. Let's see. There it is. There's the trader meetup. You could even come if you wanted to. This Wednesday, June 18th, 7 to 9 p.m. Central at Woody's Flat there in Chicago. Me, Jay Barron, Hogue, other Top Step team members will be there. It sounds like it's packed, man. This is going to be exciting. It sounds like there's the RFVP that is, I think, above expectations. Drew from Saul says, okay, flight booked. I don't know. It's going to be fun. It really is. Let's switch over to NASDAQ. So that's where I'm going to be. I don't know if what things we're going to be live streaming. I know Jay and I have a basketball match that we have to get to. Baron and I will probably be hitting the heavy bag. I don't think about sparring. Last thing I want to do is spar with somebody who's never sparred before, unless we have a mutual understanding. And I don't know if we could get Baron some headgear or some 16 or 18 ounce gloves. Jay's probably gonna. I don't know. Jay has the edge because he's a basketball coach. He's coached basketball before and probably faster than I am on when it comes to the basketball court. But we'll see. Will it be streamed? I don't know. You're gonna have to stay tuned. I'm definitely gonna see what I can post in the Twitterverse for sneak peeks. We have to stream this match. Like I said, you guys, I will keep everybody as up to date as possible. Like I said, I will be posting on there. I'm sure you're gonna, if you tune in Top Step TV during the day show, there's plenty of conversations. You want to bet too? We're gonna bet on the games. Come on, we're gonna be betting on the games. What's wrong with you? I have a dollar bet. I have a $1 bet with Jay on it. Look at this volatility. We are seeing a lot of volatility. Look at the ATR. ATR on the 5 minutes holding strong at 26 points every 5 minutes. Kind of we're barcoding here at 900s. Gold flushing soon in real life with Dakota. Why do the ounce of gloves matter? Because it's cushion. The cushion matters. The heavier the glove, the more padding. I think, actually, I'll show you. Here, I'll explain it to you right here. I got two different ones right here. These are 14 ounce, and it's probably about 1 inch of padding. These are 14 ounces. And you'd be surprised. An extra 2 ounces makes it about 1.5 inches. Like, so much more cushion. I don't know if you can see the difference. Can you? Can you even see the difference? This one right here is 16 ounces. This one's 14 ounces. Little details. Little details. Same with trading. Same with trading. Little details in trading, I mean, make a huge difference. You see that last week, me making fine little details, fine adjustments will make a big difference. I have a bunch of freaking boxing gloves. Danny, who hits harder? Oh, Nasdaq. Nasdaq for sure. Nasdaq mess you up all sorts of ways. That's Nasdaq does not. Nasdaq's non-forgiving. It depends. I don't think. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that conversation. Um, yeah, Gary. Yep. Slow velocity. Lots of fun box. There's lots of fun boxing analogies too. Which discipline, man, discipline, hard work, dedication. There's no substitute for experience. Same thing, same analogies can be placed into trading. It's the discipline, it's process over profits. You could say the same thing in boxing. There's no, there's no room for ego. Ego in these markets are dangerous, right? Every time you let your ego and emotions get to your trading, it usually ends up bad. It's the same for any sport. You let your ego or emotions get into a professional sport or a competitive sport, it does not end well. All right, let's see if we could push to these lows. We're still just barcoding here. I'm looking for a leg lower. I'm looking for a leg lower. If we do start to break down, I'm going to move my risk down to 920s. Golf too. Yeah, lots of analogies for golf. I think anything that you want to become better at, perfect, or that's highly competitive, there's a lot of crossover in trading. A lot of it comes from just discipline and experience, hard work, competitiveness. What was I going to say? Consistency. Consistency is the word I'm trying to find. The inner game of tennis. Interesting. Sunday Asian sessions are my worst days due to low liquidity and any news moving the markets hugely. Thus, I've stopped trading Sunday Asian sessions. Any comments? I agree with you. If you're struggling during a time of day or a time of week, like I'm struggling Sundays, screw it. Don't trade it. Don't trade Sundays. That's trading's optional. Only trade where you are comfortable and where you have an advantage. You build your own process around your own trading. For a period of time when I'm day trading this account, I sucked on Fridays. Fridays, I'm just like, I don't know what it is. To me, it was just mentally, or it was weird. Fridays was just always red for me. And so if that's your case, if there's a specific day or if there's a specific time of day, let's say like Asian session or London session or the power hour, just like I am typically red on that time. Don't trade it. Lock yourself out. Trading's optional. Only trade the most optimal time that works for you. It's hard because trading can be very, very addicting, right? Because when you're watching the markets, when you start to watch the markets and the more you watch it, the more you look for trades and the more tempted you are to trade. What's the take profit on this trade? Well, I'm looking, my first one where I'll probably close out of a couple contracts is going to be these 80s. So I'll look for this lower end 80s. But my ultimate take profit is going to be down here towards 30s and 40s. See where we tested on Friday. We tested. And then even tonight where we gapped down, but we rallied. And then when we sold off again, there's a major support that we are starting to see up tonight anyway. Basically tonight, right? It was resistance when we first sold off. You see, oh, oh, bleh. You see how when we first gapped down, it became resistance, and then now it became support, right? What was resistance? See, resistance became support again, and then held as support. And you can see where it was becoming support Friday as well. So this is a pretty significant zone for the past couple days, obviously, for this time frame that we're looking here. Support, support, support. Now, I am a little bit nervous because there's very well, this was resistance, right? Resistance right here at these 90s and 80s. And we're consolidating here. We're having a hard time getting below it. So is this resistance becoming support and getting ready for a move on a leg higher? Possibly, right? If this is, or we're just kind of holding above this level of resistance and we break higher, then I'll get stopped out. Nothing's going to surprise me in these markets anymore. I mean, I would be a little bit surprised if we do rally higher. I'd be like, what the heck's going on? All this political stuff. But that's the same thing where my opinions, your opinions, and anything that we might think happens in the markets will make a fool out of you. And that's me. That's me sometimes. Like, wow, how are these markets green? When I logged in tonight, I did not expect the markets to be green throughout everything that's going overseas. Now, markets could do whatever the heck they want. Greetings from Colombia, traders. Please check gold. Dakota, how do you stay so cool and confident? For particularly, do you back up your strategies with stats, back testing? So I've traded long enough where I've stopped getting emotional. Oh, I mean, I try. I still get emotional because I'm very passionate about it. But I don't want to say money doesn't mean anything to me. It's more of just the idea of becoming better, building a process, becoming better, adjusting, trying to become better. I love that aspect of it. And then if I'm to get upset over a trade, like there's nothing I could do, absolutely nothing I could do if this market decides to rally. Damn it, what did I do wrong? That's like, this market was not wrong. I am, right? Market's going to do whatever market's going to market. Nasdaq's going to Nasdaq. You need to like, yeah, exactly, in the chat. You stop caring. You have to stop caring about the dollar amounts. You need to care more about the process, more about the execution and becoming better than caring about, oh, I made $80 or I lost $80. Because the same process to make, say, $100 will be the same process to make 1,000, to make 10,000, to make 100,000, and so forth. It's you get into the market, you manage a trade, and then you get out of the market. And typically, you're going to be doing that the same way, whether it's a micro or a mini or 10 minis or 10 micros. It typically doesn't matter too much. The Nasdaq demo account, I open a trade at gold. And the market's going to trick you. Trust me. The market's going to make you feel emotions that you've never felt before. Trust me. Trust me. The Nasdaq has made me feel every emotion there is known to existence. All of them at once. Do you consider yourself a trend and support and resistance trader? I'd say technical analysis and those two, like trend lines, support and resistance, are part of technical analysis. So I would say, yeah. Yep. 10 Lenny. I will scare you out of a great scrape. Yeah, yep. The markets are good at scaring traders out of good trades and keeping you in bad trades. Keeping you in bad trades. Hope keeps you in bad trades. Fear keeps you out of good trades. All that fun stuff. So are there any books that helped you psychologically you'd recommend? Oh yeah. So The books that I liked, now I haven't read all the books. I'm sure there's better books out there. I'm sure there's more books out there. But my favorite books, I'll read them right here. I reread this one, which is The Alchemist. I have it on audio, right? Or Audible. So this is The Alchemist. I don't know if you could see it very well. The Alchemist by Paulo. Amazing book. It's only 4 hours through Audible. I'll switch to gold. I'm watching the Nasdaq. I'm watching the Nasdaq, chat. I'll switch to gold in a little bit. Gold is selling off. Yeah. The Alchemist, amazing book. And then I will tell you the other one. Let's see if... Oh. This is one I've read twice. Oh, where did it go? And I suggest it all the time. I've read this a couple times. Oh. The Obstacle is the Way. The Obstacle is the Way. This is one of the best books. It's by Ryan Holiday, one of my favorites. It's only about this. It's the same length. The Obstacle is the Way. I'd read that one once a year. Once a year. If I was to suggest a book, I'd say read that. Read that once a year. The Obstacle is the Way. Amazing. Some other books I've read. The Fish That Ate the Whale. It's about a banana salesman. The Fish That Ate the Whale. You can imagine 12 Rules for Life by Jordan B. Peterson. 12 Rules for Life by Jordan B. Peterson was a good one. Shoe Dog by Phil Knight. He's the founder of Nike, the shoe brand Nike. Shoe Dog. Also a great book. Man, there's a lot of one. Failing Forward. Failing Forward was a good one. Discipline is Destiny by Ryan Holiday. Okay. This is a good one. If traders ask me why I don't care too much about my losses, I've read this book. That was a good one. This one was a good one. Yeah, read that one. Read that one. It's a 6-hour book. Yeah, lots of good. Reading is one of the best ways to pass the time. Every time I used to drive somewhere, just whenever you drive somewhere, driving to me is like, it's unproductive. Maybe you think. I've always liked to listen to audiobooks when I'm driving. Yeah, RW, The Subtle Art of Not Giving a F is a great book. Reading is fundamental. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I prefer like reading a physical copy of a book, but when you're driving, an audiobook it's good enough. Could you share the NQ thought process? Yeah, let me show the process of this trade. So I'm gonna start on a higher time frame, and I've kind of talked about this earlier. It is recorded at the very beginning of class. I was talking about how the Nasdaq is in a downtrend. We have a lot of geopolitical risk. There's a lot of fear going on. Talking about war, talking about attacks. Crude oil's going straight up. Friday, we sold off at the end of the day. Tonight, we gapped down. Tonight, we gapped down. And then we zoom into a 5-minute chart, and you can see that gap down. Right? See that gap down? We rallied up. We tested these 900s, sold off again, and then we rallied up. We got basically right back to this level. You could see over here where we kind of was, wrong drawing tool, where we're kind of just consolidated a little bit, and then we're up 0.25%. When I looked at these markets, we were up in this area, right? I had these 910s. Like, I was so surprised that these markets were green tonight. I thought for sure the markets would be, I was thinking, wow, I thought the markets were going to be down 1% or more. because of everything that's going on and the war. And here we are. We were up a quarter percent. So as soon as we started to sell back down, I got in short. I got in shorts right here, right there. As we started to sell off, I'm like, okay, we could definitely get back down to this low. And this is a nice, I think my original stop loss was up here, above this. And I'm like, this is a nice 1-to-1 risk reward, maybe a little bit better than a 1-to-1 risk reward. I'll close a couple off if we do start to consolidate or I see something different. But that's the idea of this trade. Nice 1-to-1 or better. And yeah, I'm still surprised on how well this market's holding up. Is that just me? Is that just me, chat? Am I being so biased on what's going on over the weekend and the war and the conflict, and then it's just me being surprised that this market is green? I mean, we did gap down, but like, man, it's just wow with the war. It's shocking. Yeah, maybe that's why, right? Everyone's just so biased. It's not shocking anymore. Is the stop loss a better entry? It's a scam. Yeah, this is why opinions and trading kind of don't mix. Your own opinions about what should happen in the market typically don't work. Yeah, bad news is good news for whatever reason. But now the gold, if we're looking at gold, gold makes sense, right? Gold makes sense on why it could be rallying. And I'm actually would not be, I wouldn't mind a long. I wouldn't mind getting into a long gold down here, to be honest. I'm actually okay with long gold. Can we get pushed down to 52? I don't know, Coach Hoop. Coach Hoop, are you trading gold? Are you here tonight? Yeah, I would be okay with longs in gold. Speaking of good news, 3 days till the meetup. Am I excited? Oh, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to finish packing tonight. I'm going to be finished packing tonight. I'm going to be on air tomorrow morning. After that, I'll finish. I like to make sure I'm 100%. I was talking to Baron on Friday that has like, are you preparing for the event? He's like, no, I'm just going to show up. I'm like, because for me, since I have traveled to different countries. I've been in a situation where, I go to an event like this and I'm sick, right? That's the worst thing that could happen is I show up and like day one, I get sick. That's miserable, right? And then it ruins the entire week. So the beginning of last week, I just made sure I started adjusting my supplements, what I'm eating, what I'm taking, and then caring about my health to make sure I'm 100% when I travel over there for the meetup. And then I'm going to be amongst people and making sure my immune system is at 100% as well. And then making sure that I have everything I need. Another thing I don't want happening is I show up or I forget this or I forget that. Forget my laptop. Forget maybe a second monitor or something else. It goes on PEDs, confirmed. Nah, I'm clean. I could pass any drug test. Carlos says, incoming missile from Iran. Let's see how futures react. Bullish. That's bullish the NASDAQ at this point. Buy the conflict has been the trade in recent years. What portable monitors do you use? I don't know the brand name. Made 1,100 in this market. It's been amazing. Great work. Those making money. We are seeing a little bit more than, well, volatility is starting to decrease, but we got up there for a minute. We were at 35, 37 points every 5 minutes. But now I use ATR for volatility. This was tonight. So we were up there. This is the New York session morning on Friday. This is Power Hour session on Friday. This was tonight at the Sunday Open, so there was some volatile markets. And now we're back down to a regular, I mean, this is kind of London session-esque. Slow markets is down here for slow markets. So we're still a little volatile for normal, comparing the last little bit. See the volatility, how this is volatility. I love ATR for volatility. You can see we're kind of ever so slightly trending higher, but a typical Asian session is probably closer to, I would say, 15, 16 points on the 5-minute chart. So we're on the more volatile side. I think things could start to continue to drift lower. This market get a little bit slower here in the NASDAQ. Gold longs, not yet. I said long from down here and it would have worked out. And we only have, yeah, I could put some music on. Remember, tonight's only an hour long. Tonight's only an hour long, so we have 20 more minutes left. Let's go back to managing this micro NASDAQ. Contract rollover is probably why we haven't sold off yet. NQ's stuck under 21,704. Just can't break it. Thanks for everything. Of course, Mike. Gold is one Middle Eastern news headline away from every gold trader rich. Gold's been pushing highs all time. 3,500 for gold seems pretty reasonable. What do you think of that tool Baron uses, Edgeful? I think Edgeful could be useful. I don't know too much about it. Great filibuster showing up near the end of class. Not much has happened. I mean, look at this. Barcode. Red, green, red, green, red, green. Back and forth, back and forth. Red and green across the board. What's the reason for the gold sell-off? I don't know, Honeycomb. I'm surprised that NASDAQ's green. I am very surprised that NASDAQ's green. I was really thinking we would be down 1% or something. Yeah. We'll see. Why stop loss so high? These are micros. I'm risking $500. And this is one I'm managing manually. I'm going to manage this one manually. Buy the dip. Yeah. Yeah, if you bought here. This kind of reminds me of the other day. This right here. Does it not? This was May. This is June 5th. June 5th. Kind of reminds me of June 5th. What happened? We gapped down. And then we just kind of rallied. That was June 5th. Look over here on the left. June 5th. Gap down. Sunday night, right? Sunday. No, it's June. I don't know. Correct me, whatever. Was this Sunday? Whatever. It was open. We gapped down and we just rallied. Here, are we doing the same thing? Where we just gap down and we're going to just rally? I don't know. It's hard for me to be bullish right now with what's going on. Yeah, there's no war. There's not a lot of the political stuff. All right, let's see if we get that push now. Come on. Or are we just going to keep barcoding? If we start pushing these 80s, I'll move my CYA to there. I'll cut my risk in half. Gold starting to rally. NASDAQ starting to sell off. Let's see it. And let's get some music on. Last 15 minutes of music. Gotta turn it up. We gotta find some good songs. See money, take money. In Asia, you end up dying of boredom. Yeah, I mean, it's an ultimate test, right? Markets are usually slower. Zoom out, use different time frames, patience, practice, patience. You took 11 points short. 11 points is 11 points. Pinky says, I don't see how you don't get smoked right here. What do you mean? You do not see how I don't get smoked. Could you explain that? I like slow markets. I'm in Spain, so it's 3:15 a.m. here, but I'm green and it is chill. What are you doing up at 3 a.m., Joseph? Lito's up 228. 6J at the top of the range, trading currency futures. Currency futures, you like to stream. Yeah, currency futures. You can trade those here. Not just NASDAQ, not just equities. You got, of course, you got the NASDAQ, ES, gold, metals. You got currencies, right? Japanese yen, pound, Swiss franc, golds, mineral. Yeah, that's cattle, hogs. Yeah. There's a lot. There's a lot. I can't even name them all. Do you have some other business or just trading? Trading's my primary source of income. I did a lot of contract work in supply chain. I probably have, dang, 11 years worth of experience in the supply chain world. $11 years of experience. Yeah, I'm 31. And I started getting into the supply chain world on the side since I was 19, 20 years old. So I know a lot about international supply chain. Almost got my 6 Sigma. Yeah, supply and demand. All right, let's see if we can break through these 90s. I look 23. Thank you. I take care of myself. I really do the best to take care of myself. If you take care of your body will take care of you. It always feels nice when you get your ID checked. Are you over 21? I have to check my ID. I don't smoke. I do not smoke. Gotta take care of the lungs, man. Yeah, oh yeah. How tall do you think I am, chat? How tall do you think I am? Anybody questioning how tall I am? Who is questioning? Yeah, someone didn't think I was tall. Look, I posted this. Here, let me show you this. You can tell me how tall you think I am. How tall do you think I am, chat? You can see I actually have legs. I have legs. Ooh, I don't know. Is that too much? Yeah, I have legs. How tall do you think I am? This is Eric. He's the main guy of the gym. He's 5'7", 5'8". Hmm? I don't know. 6, 5'6", 5'10". If you show up to the trader meetup, you'll find out. Just show up to that trader meetup this week. I'm probably taller than most people think. Thick. I'm 85 pounds. 180. I'm at 185. 183 depends on the day and how hydrated I am. Here we go through the 90s. I can't hide anymore. Yeah, I'm 6 foot even, 6.5 feet. If I wear shoes, I'm probably 6'1". Shazam, no way you don't get smoked in this trade. I still don't know what that meant. If anybody wants to explain it more. Yeah, the 2:20 a.m. Kingsfin. Here's the hashtag slow markets. All about watching Coach DBA Top Step streams at 2:20 a.m. We got a lot of night owls. Everyone's staying late. Early in the morning, not sleeping. Smoke equals stop loss? Maybe. Look, we bounced right off those 80s again. Why is it bouncing? I don't know. More buyers and sellers. That's the smoke. That's the smoke. Smoke coming in hot. We're just chopping around 21,900. 2:20 a.m. London. Nice. I buy the perfect time. Plus 230. Someone says because it's not bearish. Smoke. It's 4:23 a.m. over there in Athens, Greece. Yep, I'm still going to be in the new strategy. I'm going to be on air tomorrow morning, fast markets, and scalping. Scalping. This is more of a slow markets trade. 5 micros. Just really surprised that the markets were green. Looking for this market to come back down towards these 840s, 850s. Sell off a couple on the way. I should have taken one now with hindsight, right? I was looking for this to come into play again to take off a couple contracts. That's okay. DBA strategy. This is the DBA. Everything I do is DBA concepts. It's basic technical analysis. Good morning from Germany. Just woke up to my curiosity how you are trading the market open. Have a good weekend. Have a good week. Have a good week too, Mario. I'm headed out to Chicago. I'm flying out Tuesday morning. So I'll be on slow markets tomorrow. Or I'll be on air tomorrow morning, scalping, and then out in Chicago. ND1 in London. There's a lot of Ds in London. We have a lot of traders in London from around the world. I've been thinking, oh, I can't give any good teasers yet. Soon. Do I do like a, if I ever travel, who's gonna meet up with me? If I decide like, hey, I'm going to go to Colombia, anyone gonna be my guide me around? If I'm like, if I go to Colombia, are you showing up? That's the question. Bahamas meet up? If I go to Brazil, tell you when to pack if I pay. If I pay, anybody's gonna be doing something. Brazil's nice. Maybe. If you go to Colombia, you will not want to come back. Well, show me around in Colombia. We're trading, we'll see. We'll see. I have, like I said, I have something cooking in the background. I might travel a little more. How old are you, Coach? I don't know. Take a guess. I'm 20. I'm 23 and a half. You in shorts? Colombia? We need to see where all the traders are. And maybe I travel over there. I don't want to get kidnapped, though. Music's good tonight. 62. I will be forever 25. How about that? 25. Whenever somebody asks me my age, I'm just going to say I'm 25. 25. I've never gotten into volume, delta, or footprints charts. Spencer. War. Yeah, I hiked Machu Picchu. I've been to Machu Picchu. I spent a month in Peru. Can I check the tilt? Looks like a lot of people are short NASDAQ, long gold. No, short, mid, not long crude oil. Short NASDAQ a little bit, not too crazy. So far so good. Let's just take the risk off the table. Half the risk. You're addicted to Delta. Saludos from Lima. Lima's beautiful. Some of the best food I've had was in Lima. But not the llama. Not the llama or the... Oh, what is it? The hamster? What are those? Guinea pig? No. Nope, I seen them cooking guinea pig in Peru and I almost tried it, not knowing what it was, and no thanks. Spent 3 months in Peru. Mexican food is great too. Yeah, I'm not a very picky eater. Alright, we got a minute left. I kind of want to see how this trade plays out. One thing I don't like for Mexican food is menudo. I would not eat menudo. No sound. There's sound. These markets, I'm just surprised they're green. If I wake up tomorrow morning and these markets are green, I'm gonna be just impressed on how resilient these markets are. I really did think that these markets would be down 1% or 0.5%. I just did not think they would be green. That's why it's just easy. Resilient or fake out? I don't know. Why is getting your last $500 at a combine the hardest? Because you make it the hardest. Emotionally, you are making it the hardest. The first 500 is no different than the last 500. Someone said multiple Iranian missiles made contact. What are you seeing? Not much on this. A lot of times, news in the market comes and goes so fast. For example, if something happens now, the market will react, and by the next day, it's old news. It's crazy to think that. It's like, oh, war in the Middle East? Okay, tomorrow? Yeah, that's old news. What's next? That's what it feels like sometimes. Like, the war came out on Friday, but Thursday night, market reacts. We had a sell-off Friday, and now today it's like nothing new. That's what it feels like. Weird. Tariffs and war. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. Well, this one might be a very long trade, so I'm just gonna leave it at this. A whole lot of nothing to do. So, all right, chat. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, if not tomorrow night, and then I'm gonna finish getting ready for Chicago. Pack my bags. So, take care, everybody. And I'll see you then. Bye.